Hello everybody, welcome back to the Discord Racing Association International Endurance Championship. I am your host Joe90 and we are going to be here for the next 4 hours or so with the qualification and the race for the 3 hours of Le Mans. We're just getting ready to kick off LMP1 qualifying. The rain has started here at Le Mans and we're going to be in for a very interesting sessions today. So we've got a couple of interesting entries here today. We've got 3 Audi R18s courtesy of N3XUS Racing in brilliant one-off liveries. They are in variations of this colour scheme. It's rather colourful and yet rather interesting to look at as well. The other 2 Audi R18s from N3XUS are in a white version of this livery, the base colour being white, sponsors in black, but all of the colourful bits still looking about the same. Ruben is also back today for Project 1, he's back in the 919. We have another 919 courtesy of Team Don, and I believe we have a third 919 courtesy of WSR Jojo, who is filling in for WSR Finn, who couldn't make it this week. And qualifying is underway here at Le Mans. First out of the pits is one of the 3 N3XUS Audis, Gumball, followed by Scott, followed by Ruben, followed promptly by WSR Jojo, followed by the Team Don car, followed by one of the WSR Audis, I believe. Lucas back, Jens back as well for WSR Audi. Now this is going to be quite an interesting qualifying. Whoa! Let's see what happened there. Sonic appeared to be spun around in the middle of the straight and got hit by multiple cars. He got hit by Kabinski, he also seems to have got hit by WSR Jojo. So that's 3 cars with major damage in the first 2 minutes of qualifying. This is going to be a significant impact on the outcome of this session. And where we only have 8 cars going for qualifying, only 1 will be eliminated. So will it be one of the cars that just got damage? WSR Jojo limping that Porsche 919 back to the pit lane with engine damage and front nose damage as well. He is not going to be impressed at all with that. Sonic opting to reset to the pit lane in order to be in cleaner air and damage free as well. And it makes me wonder how many more of these drivers will opt to either reset or just simply keep on going and lose a lap. Gumball is going to be the first car to start a flying lap here. He is in one of the Nexus Audis, and he is well on his way to another championship here. Gumball still charging towards the end of the Mulsanne straight, just coming up towards the second chicane now, the Daytona chicane, on the 2/3 mark of the Mulsanne straight. Now, Gumball went over the sector line at a 1:57, 1:58 for Ruben. This session might be a little bit more spread out than perhaps I was expecting coming into this race. Having seen a really tight qualifying session at Spa between these cars and with no major adjustments made to the game's physics engine. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, because at the moment it seems to be doing the opposite of what everyone's expecting. Back with Gumball, he's now coming up to the Porsche curves. This is going to be a critical section of the track for lap time, because driving this section smoothly can gain you half a second, maybe more in some cars. In these LMP1 cars, driving this section of the circuit absolutely on the limit can gain you sometimes 3/4 of a second if you do it right. Now all he's got to do is flick it through the final 2 chicanes and cross the line and set the first lap of the session. 3:24.2, the first lap of the session. Ruben now flicking the car through the final 2 chicanes. What lap is he going to set? 3:26.8, 2.5 seconds off Gumball. As Lucas grabs pole by half a second, 3:23.7 on that lap. This is going to get interesting now, because there is rain on the way. And that's going to tighten all of these cars up significantly between one another. Gumball answering now, 2.5 tenths purple, nearly 3 tenths purple through that sector. Can he grab pole position back again? Less than 1/10.5 purple now after that last sector. Gumball may be running some sort of high downforce setup to gain a lot of time in the Porsche curves if he's losing that much time between 2 sector lines on straight. Eight and a half tenths up on his previous personal best lap. That would put him on pole position if he can keep this momentum up for the remainder of the lap. Now, let's have a look at Ruben. Let's see where he's at. 4 tenths up on his previous best. Coming up towards Indianapolis now. How much more time is there for him to gain? Half a second up now. That would put him within 2.5 seconds of the pole time as things are that Lucas has set. He's just behind him now as well as they come out of Arnage. Coming up towards the Porsche curves now. Ruben's got to take advantage of every millimetre of track he can use. Four tenths up now. Coming towards the final couple of corners. Ruben now goes fourth, 3.7 seconds off the leader. Lucas and Gumball both sat locked in an absolute titanic battle at the minute. Lucas has broken the lap record here at Le Mans. I'm not sure by how much, but he has definitely just broken the circuit record. Lucas has broken the circuit record by a massive 2.2 seconds. That is absolutely colossal from the German driver. And to think that we've got another driver within 2 tenths of that still might be able to grab pole. It's just unbelievable. Gumball just running a little bit into the gravel there, losing an awful lot of time for the privilege. And the windscreen wiper is on, which means there is rain on the way to the circuit. The big question is where on the circuit is this rain? It's certainly not hit the northern part of the track yet. It's not hit the start-finish straight yet either. The field's starting to close up a fair bit now, as Scott now goes third, Kabinski now in fourth, Jens in fifth, Ruben sixth, Team Don's car in seventh, and WSR Jojo in eighth. What on earth was going on there behind Jojo from Don? He's just weaving all over the place in his wing mirrors. Certainly some odd behaviour. What on earth happened there as they went down into so WSR Jojo just got a little bit eager on the way through, on the way out of Arnage, and spun. Dom appeared to run extremely deep into the gravel there as well. Meanwhile, Gumball now on an outlap and a 3-second penalty for cutting the pit lane exit. 5 minutes left on the clock. He does have time to serve that penalty and get another lap in. Lucas also on his way out of the pit lane with a fresh set of tyres. He also has time to get around the circuit, get the tyres up to temperature and get another fast lap in this session. The critical thing of course as well here is the fact that where we're only eliminating one driver, the fight for that critical 7th place spot is going to be really close, and not only critical to actually making the race, but it's going to be critical to the Drivers' Championship and the Teams' Championships as well. WSR Jojo opting to stay out on the older tyres. An interesting call, because the older tyres, although they are slightly more worn and potentially slightly more scrubbed as a result, they might be faster at this point than a new set of tyres because they've already got heat worked into them, whereas the new tyres of drivers like Lucas and Gumball at the front are going to be rather cold, and they're going to have quite a hard time working temperature into them at this stage. Now, WSR Jojo, he's going to have to find a decent chunk of time in order to make this race. He's a tenth and a half up nearly already. He needs to find 1.9 seconds, nearly 2 seconds worth of time, in order to make it to the top 7 and onto the race grid. Two tenths up now. He has 2.5 minutes left in the session. Can he resets. He's going to have time for one more lap, but I don't think he's going to have the fuel for one more lap. Quarter of a second up. On his way to the Porsche curves, can he find more time? .3 up, that's still not enough. .7 up, 3:26.8 for Jojo. That's interesting because he is now 1.2 seconds off the back of Team Don car immediately in front of him. All three of the Porsches that are in this race currently, or in this qualifying session currently even, all of them are in the bottom 3 places. Every other car from 5th up to 1st is an Audi at the moment. Jojo not done just yet, 3/10 up in the first sector alone. Does he have the fuel to make it round to the end of the lap? I'm not sure. That tank looks incredibly empty already. Jojo running incredibly deep there through the runoff of the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Big question now, of course, is where is Lucas? He is 0.5 down on his fastest lap. So he only has to find a tiny fraction of time in order to improve and break the lap record even further. The other big question, of course, is Gumball immediately behind him. 0.2 of a second gap. Can Gumball improve enough to be able to grab pole position? Lucas, 0.3 purple in the middle of the Porsche curves. That is unbelievable. Will he be able to hold that together through the final couple of corners? He comes to the line, 3:22.6. He's just beaten the lap record by 2.3 seconds. And Gumball has given up. Gumball going back to the pit lane before the end of the session in order to potentially make some sort of adjustment to the car. Dom, the final Nexus car on the circuit, possibly the final car to set a lap as well. He improves by 3.5.
So, eliminated in qualifying as things are, is WSR Jojo. He will not be starting this race. Everyone else from 7th upward will be starting this race. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The GT qualifying session is going to get underway shortly. We only have 7 GTs at the moment. So, with that being said, we may end up with 8 LMP1 cars. Right, so we are about to get underway with the GT qualifying session. A couple of new cars, or new looks to cars this weekend. Both the JM trackside Lamborghinis rocking a white paint scheme as opposed to their usual turquoise, and the Porsche 911 RSR of Johto going with a rather interesting orange design. So, with cars coming onto the circuit now, the lead car is Sem for JM trackside Lamborghini. Followed by WSR Chaos Phil, followed by Johto in the orange 911 RSR. Certainly a bit of an odd look. I'm going to have to get used to seeing that on circuit today. Followed by Craigo for 9PP in the M6, Yalk in the other JM trackside Lamborghini, followed by Isaac for IBR and Zephonius for... I'm not even sure what team that is. I think he is entered as a privateer. A little bit of a chaotic run through the Mustang corner as Chaos Phil goes off the circuit, just slightly into the gravel, followed by Yalk, Isaac following him in the Ferrari, followed by Zephonius in the McLaren. This is the first time we've had a McLaren entered in this series, so it should be really interesting to see how this plays out. as we come up towards the Porsche curves, everybody starting to space themselves out just a little bit. Sam just starting to pull away from the group, which will be helping him because it means that nobody has got slipstream, and he has clipped the advantage of clean air as well on the way through all of the corners on his first flying lap. Jota opting just to back off a little bit through the Porsche curves. Craigo not backing off particularly that much. Chaos Phil not backing off either all that much. Zophonius now ahead of Isaac and Yalk. Both of those cars backing off slightly through the Porsche curves in order to just make it through with a little bit of cleaner air in front of them. Yalk is going to be the last car across the line, provided he doesn't make any mistakes or to reset. He's also one of the best placed cars in terms of slipstream. He is right behind Isaac, right at the point on the circuit where he wants to have slipstream. The other important thing here, of course, is the fact that with the length of the back straight, the Mulsanne straight, if Yalk is able to stay with Isaac along the entire length of that straight, he's going to have a significant speed advantage by the end of it. Yalk opting to pull out of the slipstream of Isaac to overtake him, and just start easing off into the distance. Whoa, and there's contact there. Yalk goes round into the chicane, gathers it up and gets going again. Isaac very rightly stops and just pauses for a moment to allow Yalk to rejoin safely. Yalk just having a slight twitch there through the second chicane. He's going to be significantly down on this first lap when he gets to the start-finish line relative to the pace of everyone else. So is Isaac as a result of the stoppage. Sem, on the other hand, may just about be able to grab pole position here. This is one of the circuits that very much favours the Lamborghini in its speed. Sem using absolutely all of the circuit and a little bit more there on the way into Indianapolis. Now coming through Arnage, you've got to go hard on the brakes, on the curb on the left, on the curb at the apex on the right, back over the curb on the exit at the right, or on the left, sorry, and then back over to the right of the circuit to start lining yourself up for the Porsche curves. Speaking of the Porsche curves, let's have a look at the onboard of our only Porsche in the GT category as they go through the Porsche curves, on board with Jota. Jota now just coming through the final couple of corners towards the start-finish line. The first lap set by Sem 3:58.2, Johto 3:58.6, followed by Chaos Phil 3:59.2, followed by Craigo 4:03.1, followed by Zephonius 4:02.8. Isaac and Yalk will be next up. Yalk will go first. 4:09 for Yalk. That small moment costing him almost 10 seconds of lap time relative to his teammate. Isaac's incident costing him even more time, nearly 20 seconds relative to the current pole lap. Isaac now on the back straight. How much will he improve by? Because he's past the point where the incident happened last lap. Let's see where he's at coming over the sector line for sector 3, going into sector 4. He is up by nearly 8 seconds, which is plenty. Sam there just coming towards the final couple of corners. Johto in front of him. Sam dives to the pit lane. Johto continues on. Johto goes into the gravel at the final chicane. That's going to damage his lap. He opts to reset to the pit lane. Chaos Phil 700ths shy of his best lap. That's going to sting. Craigo improves by about 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Zephonius improves by 2.2 seconds. Yalk now coming down on an outlap. Down the back straight. Isaac coming through the final couple of corners now as well. He's going to improve 14 seconds to a 4:01. Yeah, nearly losing it through the Mulsanne corner there. He is having to really drive that Lamborghini in order to stay ahead of the pack of cars behind him. Somebody was off there in the gravel. That was that Johto off in the gravel at the Mulsanne corner? Let's have a look on the replay. Drago kicked up some gravel. Johto having a big wobble on the exit of that corner. No, Johto still on an outlap, coming through the Porsche curves now. Phil in the pit lane now. He is very low on fuel, needing some new tyres as well. Isaac jumping up now to 5th in GT, just ahead of Zephonius. Zephonius also in the pit lane. Yalk now on a flying lap, his final opportunity to set a fast lap. And he's going 2/10 purple through that sector. He is absolutely flying at the minute. Yalk now 2/10 of a second up, as there is some raindrops landing on the circuit now. It's not deterring him at all for trying to push that Lamborghini even faster than he's already going. Yalk now half a second purple going through the Porsche curves. This could be the lap of the afternoon here. Going through the final chicane. He's going to do it. Half a second faster than his teammate. 3:57.6. Yalk still finding more time, he's still purple in that first sector. Big question remains, he's still purple. Sim improves by a few thousandths, a few hundredths on his previous best lap, 200th improvement there. Yalk might be able to extend his advantage even further. This is ridiculous. What's more ridiculous is he's the only car still on a flying lap. This is just absurd. How much more time is there left for him to gain? As he clipped the gravel there, that's going to damage his time. 3/10 down now. He might just be able to make that up in the remaining two sectors. But that then raises the question, how's he going to deal with the dirty tyres coming through Indianapolis? The entry to Indianapolis is completely flat in these GT cars. Little lift, then hard on the brakes, hard left through Indianapolis, using every millimetre of the curb on exit, and he's still down on his best lap. Yalk has gone from being tagged on his first outlap and spun around at the first chicane to very comfortably having pole position at the moment. The timer runs out and Yalk does have pole position. What's more, Yalk has also broken the LMGT3 lap record for pole time. The previous record for LMGT pole time, 3:57.9, set by Sarthe for BNR in season 1, has just been beaten. 3:57.6 for Yalk. Now I think it is time to get the LMP1 cars back in here and start getting the grid order sorted.
Joe.
Yes, Johto.
I believe Husky might be back for the race.
Yeah, I know. He's going to be starting at the back of the grid.
Cool. Lucas Miriam, his PlayStation just froze, so I think he's going to have to restart his game real quick.
That's fine.
Hello. I have spawned in. Right on time. I will get the PlayStation party set up here in a second, because I got my AirPods back, so I can do what I need to do. Just applying the fish livery real quick.
Fish!
I'm just resetting all of the lobbies so that we can get the grid sorted.
Hey, those Lamborghinis are so fucking quick on the straights.
I heard it. I was listening to the stream in my truck. I just heard,
oh my
Yonk
God.
is purple.
I don't think I've ever been out-qualified by someone in my own class by over a second before in my life. That is crazy.
LMP1 was 2.3? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, LMP1 they by 2.3 seconds.
I saw the lap time was like 23.5. I was like, damn, he can't get much faster than that.
Husky, are you able to set up the driver's pie?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and invite everyone. Oh god.
I am in the process of shuffling everybody around who's entered onto the circuit, so that I've got drivers in the right order.
Now, let me actually make sure that we're connected to LAN real quick.
I'm gonna join the PlayStation party on my phone real quick. Why is it making me sign in again? I literally signed in earlier today. Why is it giving me all this bullshit? Thank you. Yeah.
I've got notifications galore going off a minute. I need 2 seconds to figure out who's pinging me and whether it's important.
Actually, what am I talking about? I can join up my laptop real quick. No, I can't. Oh.
Yeah. Now I'm going through and just starting to sort the grid order out. Dom is going to be starting P4.
Alright, question. Did someone from LMP1 leave, or have we just done 7
Lucas
and 7
isn't
for today?
here. Lucas
Oh, there he is. He's
yeah,
back
there you
now.
go. Yeah.
There he is.
I was looking for Lucas, thinking, hang on, we're meant to have another WSR Audi here somewhere.
About to say, I was looking, I was like, we should have 15.
Yeah. So starting order, top 5 are all Audis. Chaos? Yeah. Wait, there's an Alpine third in the F1.
Yeah, Duhan just absolutely cooked something. I just saw a notification that said Duhan, so I'm assuming he just did something really good.
Oh,
It's
Gasly.
Oh.
That'll probably, the announcement for Duhan will probably be that he's been fired. Right. We have a grid order. Husky, you are starting P15.
I'm missing someone from the call. I'm trying to figure out who it is. From the PlayStation call. Is it you, Joe? Giotto? Yeah, it is. Alright. Oh, God. Alright. Alright, but... Yeah, there you are. Alright, so that's all 15. Food. I will eat food later. I have yet to have breakfast, and it is 12:55.
Right, I'm gonna disappear for like 2 minutes and then I'll be back. And then we'll start getting everything underway. Right, I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Cool. Yeah, I've just gone and got a drink. Yeah. Do you want to hear something shocking that's happening at the minute in Q3? I don't know whether you're seeing this. I'm not going to say what's happened so far. So the first laps are being set at the moment. Car number 22, P1. By 4/10 to his teammate. I don't know what they've done to that car, but it's fast, because Antonelli's just come through and done a quick lap and just went 1/10 and a bit quicker. Sainz has just come through and gone 3rd. Yuki is P2 at the moment. And Russell has just put a 2nd on everybody.
About how much longer until we go back green? Or go back green, yeah. Like
3 minutes.
Alright.
They've got... What's the question? Yes, because that goes to a pit lane start. If they need inters before the end of the formation lap, yes, they can. They can commit to a pit lane start. Sorry, 2 seconds. I have to mess with audio levels because I can't hear you. I can't hear you talking. I've turned you up and turned the game audio prioritisation down a little bit on my end now, so...
You can hear me fine,
clear.
right?
Yeah, it's better now.
Alright, bad.
A little bit. Who's winning? Please say it's Mark Marco. I was going to say, please say it's Mark Marquez.
Yalk is going to go pee real quick, so we'll give him a second. And then once he gets back, we'll start, because it's 05.
Yeah. That's concerning. Dom sat doing donuts as well as Sam on a live circuit. They're both doing it and they're both keeping on doing it, and they're literally like, yeah. And Scott now as well. Right. Is everybody, can you ask the guys, are they all ready to go? No, we're not missing anyone.
I believe we're good. I haven't heard any no's, so...
In that case, we're going to get going. Formation lap speed is whatever the people in front of you do, Husky. I've just kind of said to the guys, like, it's a sliding scale because of the length of the circuit, so don't go more than sort of 150 k's. But at the same time, like, or no, 200k, sorry, don't do more than 200k's, but at the same time do, you know, get a bit of a shift on. Yeah, so... Lucas is going to lead us off here, followed by Gumball, followed by Sonic, followed by Dom, followed by Jens, Ruben, and Neenan, sorry. Yauk leading the LMGT.
There's already been a bit of
field,
contact at the back.
Followed
58 and
by
55.
Sem, followed by Johto, Chaos Phil, Craigo, Isaac, Zuphonius, and Husky bringing up the rear. Isaac has rear end damage.
Yeah, there was a bit of contact at the start, a bit of miscommunication between the two in front, so that's already going to be investigated.
Going back to the LMP1 field, could you communicate to Lucas that he's allowed to speed up to 200k's? At the minute he's doing about 150k's. He can go faster. Yeah, I'm seeing it. That'll be something to look at. Yeah, can you tell Lucas again to speed up for me? He's still only doing about 160, 170 Ks he needs to be doing.
He's letting the LMGTs catch back up because apparently he started gapping them a little bit or something like that.
Yeah, well in that case tell Yalk that he needs to speed up a little bit. Yeah, tell Yalk it's 120 miles an hour, not 100.
Where's the double up point so that I can remind everyone?
Just going into the Porsche curves is where we're going to split, and I want people to start lining up properly side by side at the end of the Porsche curves.
Alright, karting, that little runoff area?
Yeah.
Alright, gotcha.
Yeah, the idea being that it just gets people split into the two lanes a little early and then gets everyone in the right order. We're going to have odds on the right, evens on the left, Husky. Tell Lucas that he can speed up to 150 Ks, because at the minute he's barely doing 100. Yeah. Yalk needs to stay at... Yeah, he needs to stay at about 100 Ks, so he needs to back off ever so slightly. This is literally just so that we've got that split going through the final chicane, because they're going to bunch up again as they come through here. Lucas can go at any point after the final chicane, by the way. And we are underway at Le Mans with the LMP1 class. Lucas leads us away ahead of Gumball, Sonic, Ruben, Kabinski, Jens and Neenan. Ruben has had a really good start. He is all the way up to 5th place, fighting his way forward. He's now behind Kabinski, trying to find a way past the Polish driver. Lucas comfortably leading away at the head of the field. 6.5 tenth gap already as they come down onto the backstretch. Gumball P2, Sonic P3, Kabinski P4, 3 Nexus cars before you get to the first of the Porsches in 5th for Ruben. Neenan now up ahead of Jens as well. Meanwhile in LMGT, Yalk and Sem are absolutely dead even coming down to the first chicane. Yalk now ever so slightly ahead of Sem. Sem coming back using the side draft off his teammate, and all this is going to do is allow everybody behind them to start catching up. Isaac opting to pit and repair the car, fill the tank up with fuel, so he's going to be on a slightly different pit strategy now to the rest of the grid ahead of him. Hopefully that will work in his benefit with any safety cars. Yalk now leading the LMGT field down to the Mulsanne bend. Slight bit of contact there coming through, nothing major, as they all now charge down towards the hard right, hard left combination of Indianapolis. Meanwhile at the front of the field, Lucas tearing away from the rest of the pack, nearly a 2-second gap already going into the Porsche curves. Gumball second, 1.8 second gap. Behind him, 3 cars fighting for third place. Scott, Dom and Ruben.
Big off at the back end of the GT field. There's like 3 cars off. There's 3 cars off.
Yeah, we'll call a safety car.
Damage.
Get Lucas to back off down to never mind, he already has, he's backed off down to 100 k's, that's perfect. Pit lane is closed, by the way. Zephonius has damage, Phil has damage, Husky has damage, Isaac does not, so that early pit stop is going to play right into Isaac's hands here. When, in a minute, when we get Yalk caught up to the back of the LMP field, we'll get the LMP guys to speed up to about 150 k's again, about 90 miles an hour, maybe a bit more down the back straight once he's with them, just so that we can get everybody through the safety car period as fast as possible. Right, now that we're actually under safety car, time for the penalties to begin. Craigo, following too closely. Could you guys tell Craigo to close the gap up to Yalk in front of him? It's way too big. Pit lane's open. We'll have one more lap after this one of safety car, and then we'll be back underway again. Can you guys also tell Lucas to pick the pace up to 200 k's? He needs to double his speed. He's going quite slowly at the minute. We're just at a point where, like, because of the length of the circuit, we need to be going a bit quicker with this. Tell Craigo he can exceed the speed limit in order to close the gap up to Yalk, because he's still almost too far behind him. Could somebody also tell Isaac very gently that his indicator's on? Thanks. Yeah, so we are under safety car at the minute here at Le Mans. Quick rundown of what happened. Basically, the LMGT class decided that 3 into 1 does go. It does not go, and it resulted in a pile-up. So we're under safety car. We're going to be under safety car for at least another couple of minutes. But yeah, pit lane's open for those who want it as well now, so... Who's saying we didn't say pit lane was open? Could somebody congratulate Isaac for me, by the way, on his strategy decision making of stopping at the end of the first lap to repair that damage? Because he's just overtaken an LMP1 4 position. And that's going to make the restart interesting, because Ruben is going to have to stay where he is now. Yeah. Yeah, he's dropped to P12, so he's going to have to stay in P12 on the restart. Could somebody gently suggest to Phil and to Zophonius that perhaps they might get a move on a little bit? so that we can get going again in the next sort of century.
Yeah, they should get back in time. We'll catch them going into Indianapolis.
Race is going to resume at the end of this lap. How's the rainfall at the minute? I'm seeing people with windscreen wipers on.
Lightest blue possible. Rain's not doing anything.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing any rain on the rain meter on the HUD, so I'd be surprised as well. Yeah, we'll bunch up after the Porsche curves, not in them. Tell Yauk that he can speed up and keep pace with the LMP1s. He doesn't have to drop off the back of the LMP1s. And we're back underway at Le Mans. Neenan making some really good moves on the restart there, going all the way up to P3 ahead of two of the Nexus Audis. Jens currently P6, Ruben already on the back of Jens after that restart. In the LMGT class, it is absolute chaos as they come up to Tetra Rouge. completely side by side with Craigo going into the first chicane. Craigo just easing Chaos Phil off the circuit there.
I'm assuming that's an investigation I'm hearing you typing.
Yeah. Now, the LMP1 field just coming through Arnage. Lucas still leading by 1.4 seconds from Gumbel, followed by Kabinski, followed by Neenan, followed by Scott, Jens and Ruben. Ruben making a move on Jens, going up towards the Porsche curves. Both cars absolutely level. Is Ruben going to try round the outside into the Porsche curves? No, he's not. Jens just eases him out of his way just a little bit. Ruben now looking all over the back of Jens to try and find a way past. Scott pressuring Neenan as well now, trying to get past the DRN driver. Kabinski now going through the final chicane, gap to the leader 3.8 seconds. Lucas pulling away just a little bit more again, 2.3 seconds is the gap now. Quite a few of the LMP1 drivers choosing the medium tyre at the moment. Jens, Scott and Gumbel all selecting the medium tyre. That's going to allow Neenan and Kabinski, as well as Lucas and Ruben, a large advantage in terms of speed at the moment. Droto just going a little bit deep there, Sam a little bit deep as well in the first chicane. Craigo defending from Zophonius in the McLaren. Husky up 2 places so far in this race, starting P15, now up to P13, fighting for P13 with Phil. Isaac coming into this fight as well. Big momentum shift coming off the Mulsanne corner for Husky relative to the cars around him. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Lucas leading by over 5 seconds now to Kabinski, followed by Gumball, followed by Neenan and Scott. Ruben now chasing that group as well. He's 2.7 seconds behind Scott and closing fast. Jens opting to pit early, having completed his mandatory duration on the medium tyre. He can now switch to a soft tyre and run that for the rest of the race if he so wishes. Yalk has damage. Where did that come from?
I think he hit the wall on the exit of Arnage, not 100% sure.
It looks like he clipped it, yeah. Yalk opting to pit now for a new set of tyres and some damage repairs. Possibly some fuel as well on this stop. Interesting to see a lot of different strategies playing out as drivers get damage and also have to manage other things going on, such as the tyres and the fuel in this race. Yalk interestingly opting not to take a full tank of fuel there on his pit stop. He only took about 90% of a tank. How is that going to impact his race going forward? Because he's going to have a lot more fuel on board than cars ahead of him, a lot fresher tyres, so potentially we could see Yalk leapfrogging cars on their first pit stop, but then being leapfrogged as he needs more fuel and tyres. Zephonius now coming down to the Daytona chicane, absolutely door to door with Husky. Husky opts not to go for the move into the Daytona chicane. A wise choice given the high risk, high reward nature of going for a move into that chicane. Husky may have a better opportunity going into the Mulsanne corner or possibly even Arnage slightly later in the lap. Lucas now 7.5 seconds in the lead. Dom still giving chase, followed closely by Gumball and Scott, bringing up the rear of that group in fourth. 8 seconds behind Gumball at the moment. 1.6 seconds ahead of Ruben. Neenan and Jens now bringing up the tail of this group. Jens having already done a pit stop in the last couple of laps to switch from a medium to a soft tyre. Isaac bringing up the rear of the main group of LMGT cars in the IBR Ferrari. This could be quite an interesting race for him because he does have the opportunity to score some really good points for that team here at Le Mans. Pardon, Joto? Yeah. Yalk in the last lap has already taken 3 seconds out of the gap in front of him to Isaac. That's only going to keep dropping, which means in the next, if that keeps dropping at this current rate, Yalk will be within Isaac's pit window in 2 laps. That is, of course, provided Isaac doesn't make any mistakes in those 2 laps, at which point that pit window may change significantly more. Yalk has now taken another 1.5 seconds out of Isaac, just at the halfway point of this lap, so this gap is coming crashing down. All as a result of Yalk having a poorly timed pit stop. He's actually making time up on the rest of his class. As Isaac goes spinning off into the gravel at karting, that is far from ideal. Let's see what happened there. Does he just lose the back of the car? Oh, it just stepped out on him. He just managed to catch it and stop it going into the barrier. It did stop in the gravel though. All that's going to do is help Yalk even more as he comes through this next section of track. That gap's going to come down from 37 seconds to a lot less than 37 seconds. Isaac spins again. What happened there that time? Was it the same thing of just the rear? Yeah, it was. The rear on that Ferrari just stepped out on him. That is unfortunate. That's allowed Yalk in very short order to not only get comfortably within Isaac's pit window by 20 seconds while setting one of the fastest laps so far today, but it's also brought Yalk right back into being a factor in the fight ahead, because if the guys ahead of him now, like Craigo, were to pit right now, he would come out alongside Yalk. Like, this is really good driving from Yalk, but it is really starting to impact the race for everybody else. Speaking of Yalk, just about to come up and lap him is Lucas, our leader. Currently 7.2 seconds in the lead from Dom. Dom driving for N3XUS Racing today in one of their 3 Audi R18s that they've bought. Gumball driving the second Audi R18 and Scott driving the third. Scott really being pressurised by Ruben at the moment. Ruben on a slightly different strategy, slightly softer tyres on that Porsche 919, and he is using those tyres to the absolute maximum effect to sit right under the rear wing of Sonic to try and make this pass happen. At the front of LMGT is Sem, followed by Johto. The Lamborghini's looking like absolute rocket ships so far today down the straights. Chaos Phil currently running in third. Zophonius on debut running fourth in LMGT, followed by Husky in P12 now, so he's 3 places up on where he started in 15th, having missed qualifying. Can we see any more improvements out of Husky? Because today seems to be a race of improvement for all of these cars. Yalk just putting the indicator on there to tell drivers what side of the circuit he's staying on, so the guys lapping him have an easier job of getting past. The gap now to Isaac down to 17 seconds for Yalk. Isaac is going to have to stop pretty soon for some tyres, just to allow the car to basically stay at its maximum performance level. These tyres wearing quite a lot around this circuit, although it is about 3 times longer than the average racing circuit we would usually go to in the IEC. It's what makes this circuit so challenging. That, and it's one of the very few circuits we also visit where it is part street circuit and part permanent circuit, which makes it another challenge altogether, because you've got to adapt constantly your driving to the track. Lucas now charging through the Porsche curves towards karting. There's a small touch there between Yalk and Ruben just going through the Porsche curves. Nothing major, but enough if I was in that GT car where Yalk is right now, that I would have had the absolute living daylights scared out of me. Now back up to P4 for the time being. Let's go and look at where Sonic is. He's currently 2.5 seconds ahead of Ruben. However, he is 10.5 seconds almost behind Gumball, his teammate, who is also 2 seconds behind Dom Dom now 9.5 seconds behind Lucas as they go through the traffic. Gap just slightly coming down there as Lucas comes through yet more GT cars. Dom is going to have the gap go up a little bit again because he's still got those same GT cars to go past. Almost dropping it on the chicane exit as well there. That was a very big moment for Dom. Crago now being lapped by Dom, followed by Husky and Zophonius. Dom now 9 seconds as the gap settles a little bit as he gets past the most recent lump of GT traffic between him and Lucas. Lucas still very much in control of this race in the lead. He has also broken his previous lap record from season 1 by nearly 0.7 of a second so far in the race for the race lap record. The next big question is Gumball. He is going to be one of the big challengers here. He's on a medium tyre at the moment, lapping about 1 second slower than Lucas, so he could very easily grab that lap record as well with the pace in that car. Now looking back at this group again, Crago just starting to close up a little bit on Zophonius and Husky. Husky now up 4 places from where he started in 8th, so he's up to P4 in LMGT. Ahead of him is Chaos Phil, about 10 seconds up the road. About 3.5 seconds up the road from Chaos Phil is Johto, who is right under the rear wing of our LMGT leader Sen for JM Trackside Lamborghini. Just under 1/3 of this race has elapsed now. A lot of chaos so far, and I have a feeling it's not done just yet. Gumball just starting to pressurise Dom just slightly. The medium tyres starting to come into their own here, especially with these LMP1s being quite heavy on their tyres on the softer compounds. That gap just starting to creep down now. Lucas at the front of the field, he's going to want to consider a pit stop in the next 2 or 3 laps. He's currently 10.5 seconds in the lead, so that gap has gone up by another 1.5 seconds in the last couple of laps between him and Dom. Still not a fun situation for either driver to be in, though. Lucas now at the point where he's going to, yes he is, he's going to have to stop for tyres and for fuel on this lap. 9% of a tank left for Lucas. That means that he would have had not quite enough fuel to make it back all the way around the circuit again. Gumball also opting to stop. Kubinski opting to continue. He'll take over the net race lead. Ruben also opting to continue, taking over second place. He's going to have to stop in the lap or two as well. Lucas opting to switch to the medium tyre for this stint, filling the car up halfway with fuel. So this is going to be a short stint for Lucas. Scott's filling the car up almost all the way with fuel, so he's going to probably opt for a lot longer of a stint. Does this mean he's going to stick with the medium tyre, perhaps? Gumball filling the car up all the way with fuel, opting for the soft tyres for this tyre stint. That's going to be interesting because it's going to cycle him to the net lead, if my maths is correct, just with the pace difference on these tyres at the next pit stop. Lucas starting to close up to Neenan now. Neenan hasn't stopped either and has cycled through to P3 overall. Lucas starting to close up that gap, coming down from 5.4 seconds to 5.1 seconds. Gumball closing up slightly to Lucas as well. Lucas now a second closer to Neenan. There's Ruben and Dom both opt to stop. Neenan opts to continue. So Lucas will still have the net lead after Neenan's pit stop. Neenan's tyres starting to hit the cliff now as well. The gap closing ever increasingly quickly as those tyres wear down. The gap now down to 2.9 seconds. Neen is going to be feeling the pressure very shortly here, just purely because of the decisions he's made strategically. He's decided to keep going a lap longer than even the cars that stretched a lap beyond the main pit stop window for fuel. Probably going to damage his race long term, however, because not only has he had Lucas close up, he's had Dom close up and Gumball, and now he's going to have Jens start closing up as well. Jens now under pressure from Scott just a little bit. Scott on the faster tyres but with a heavier fuel load than Jens ahead of him. Jens on a significantly lower fuel load but on a slightly more worn set of soft tyres. Both of these cars are going to be absolutely locked together for the next couple of laps, or until one of them pits. And there we go, Neenan pulls into the pit lane to complete their pit stop. Gumball coming past now. Neenan's still in the pit lane. Jens also on his way past. Will Ruben pass the pit lane as well? Yeah, Ruben's going to pass the pit lane as well. Neenan has just lost the lead of this race through not stopping at the same time as all the other LMP1s. Meanwhile in LMGT, the pit lane's about to get busy. Husky is in the pit lane, as is Zephonius. Will Yauch join them in the pit lane? He might do, in fact, because he is starting to run low on fuel. Yalk has now cycled through to the lead of LMGT. The big question is, on his next stop, where will he drop to? Because I think it's going to be... He'll certainly drop to at least 11th, if not 12th or 13th, if he were to stop now. Big question, of course, now being, will anybody beat the Lamborghinis? Both of these cars are extremely fast in the straights, in some cases 10 kilometers an hour or more faster than the cars around them in the straights. Chaos Phil just starting to close the gap down a little bit to Yalk. Yalk, when he pits, is going to give the lead to Chaos Phil, which is then going to allow Joto to cycle to P2, followed by Sem cycling to P3 at this rate. Zophonius would cycle to about P5 or possibly P4, depending on how he does against Husky in the next couple of laps. Isaac going off at Indianapolis. He manages to get going again. Oh, the same issue again. The rear of that Ferrari just stepping out on him as he goes through the corner. Yalk now pits. He's going to come out behind Craig over, ahead of Isaac, I believe. Fuel going into that Lamborghini. Now, speaking of fuel, if you use the code FEULDRA on the FEULCAN.SHOP website, you can get 20% off any of their products. That is FEULDRA for 20% off of any FEULCAN.SHOP product. Now, back to the race at hand. Isaac just dropping back slightly, being lapped by Gumball. Kabinski with rear damage now. What has happened there? Ruben with nose damage. Those two have had a coming together somewhere on circuit. They're both in the pits now. Ruben fixing the damage to his car as well now. Kabinski out of the pit lane, having opted not to change tyres or add any fuel. Ruben changing tyres and adding some fuel to his car. Meanwhile, up ahead of them, Jens will be the next car to stop. He has managed to make it since the first safety car to now without having to stop again. Scott ahead of him for N3XUS Racing in one of their 3 Audi R18s. Gumball ahead of them with a 30-second lead is Lucas at the moment. He's just coming up on some more LMGTs to lap them on the way towards the Porsche curves. The GT in question is Sem, followed by Johto at the moment. Lucas stopping in the pit lane. That's going to put Gumball to the net lead now. Sonic will probably be net P2 after this stop. Now, Gumball is net leader, Sonic is net P2, Lucas now net P3 but with significantly better tyres and significantly more fuel than the 2 cars ahead of him. Immediately behind him is Neenan on a bit of a charge in the 919, currently the best of the 2 919s entered into this race. Kabinski about 20 seconds behind Neenan, running a slightly different strategy now after contact earlier with Ruben. Jens currently in the pit lane as well, just filling up on fuel and changing tyres again. He's now back out. He's going to be about 12 seconds behind Ruben once things have settled down a little bit, and he is going to be on similar tyres and similar fuel to the car ahead, so he may stay where he is for the time being. The sun just starting to set in the background as well. headlights starting to come on here now at Le Mans, as well as the circuit lighting. With the sun setting off in the distance, we have Lucas currently P3 without the fastest lap now. Gumball setting the fastest lap of the race, breaking Lucas's lap record that was set earlier in this very race. That is phenomenal. 23.6. That's extremely fast for these LMP1 cars. Lucas surely will now be on absolute maximum attack for the next couple of laps to try and take that fastest lap back. Gumball, nearly a 10th purple at the moment. Let's see what Lucas can answer to that with. Now Lucas is starting to close the gap down to Sonic ahead of him. Headlights are now very much on all of these cars as they go round this circuit. Currently in LMGT, it is Sem leading. His last lap being his fastest so far. Chaos fill into the pit lane now, really low on fuel. Sonic into the pit lane also for some damage on the nose of that car. That's going to promote Lucas all the way back up to P2 overall. And that's going to allow him to really focus now and start closing down on Gumball in the lead of this race. on earth has happened there? Scott pitted, fixed the damage on his car, and he's come out of the pits with the damage still there. Did he hit something on the way out of the pit lane? No, he didn't. He just came out of the pits with the damage still there. That's really unusual. Craigo, just having been lapped by both Scott and Ruben, is going to be thinking, what on earth happened there? Because he'd have seen, obviously, the blue flag indicator, he'd have seen all of the headlights of the LMP1 cars behind him. But in this level of darkness, if all you've got is the virtual wing mirror to go off of, and you're in a GT car being lapped, and all you can see ahead of you on your HUD and on the side of the circuit is blue flashing, as well as all you can see behind you being a flurry of headlights, it's really tricky, as Craigo just found out, to predict not only how many cars there are there, but how the hell they're going to get round you. It's really difficult to predict that kind of thing. Sonic back into the pit lane now. He is going to hopefully be able to repair that damage to the front of his car now, and on the second attempt at pitting and fixing it. What happened, Joto? What happened? Lucas is starting to lose ground just a little bit on Gumball. It's interesting because you'd have expected from the pace between those two drivers so far that Lucas would just be a little bit closer by now. He's certainly going to be a lot closer in a couple of laps' time though, because Gumball is going to be in some dire need of fuel. He might only have one more lap of fuel in that Audi left for this stint of tyres and fuel before he has to stop again. Language. The stream can hear you, Joto.
If I recall correctly, for some reason the stream can't hear Giotto. Just on previous streams, I don't know if it's still the case or not.
I think it should still be the case that they can't hear him, but just in case.
You better say sorry.
Yeah. Gumball opting to pit, so where does that put Lucas? Are we about to see a game of cat and mouse initiated between these two on strategy? Lucas grabs the fastest lap of 3:22.8 and grabs the lead in the process. That now means that he has beaten his fastest lap by almost 2 seconds. It's 1.7 seconds so far, and he's only continuing to go faster. Chat being very helpful there and saying that yes, they can actually hear Joto, so Joto, naughty, no more language.
He gets the Spanner of the Week award.
Lucas now 27.5 seconds in the lead, 2.5 tenths purple as well now that he's in some clean air. Can he extend the lead he has on the fastest lap to a full 2 seconds clear of the lap record? That's the big question at the moment. Now looking back at LMGT for the moment, Husky has taken the lead. Zafoni is currently running second. That is because Sem, Johto and Craigo are all in the pit lane. That means that Yalp might also make some positions up momentarily here before he needs to pit in the next couple of laps as well. Lucas just catching the gravel ever so slightly there on the exit of the final corner. Not quite enough to extend the fastest lap. Lucas just had a really big moment there, the tail of that car stepping out on him as he leaves the pit lane. Well, not leaves the pit lane, sorry, leaves the final chicane on the back straight. Let's just see if we can catch that on the replay. Coming through the chicane, the car seems relatively settled. He runs a little bit deep, and the car just goes. It just completely snaps away from underneath him. Not only is that going to hand a huge advantage to Gumball in the pit stop that Lucas will have to do to fix that damage, it's also going to hand a huge advantage to Gumball on strategy as well, because he's now going to have a slight advantage on strategy over Lucas. This pit stop may even put Lucas all the way back to third, possibly fourth place, depending on what he decides to change and fix on the car. just beyond the halfway point here at Le Mans. Lucas has opted to stay out after that small moment earlier on, a few laps ago. He does have rear damage to the rear bodywork and rear right suspension damage, however he doesn't seem to be losing all that much time as a result of it. At this point, if I was a driver, I'd be weighing up my options, thinking, can I afford to make a pit stop out of sequence of what I'm at right now, or can I afford to lose time to the guy behind me by not stopping and waiting to be inside his pit window before I stop again? It's a really complicated juggling act, because you've got to consider the fact that you then don't know how far behind the guy 2 places back is. He might only be half a second behind P2, at which point you've pitted, you've fixed your problem, you know, maybe put some fresh tyres on it as well, but you've not ultimately fixed the problem, because you're now 2 places down, strategically out of whack, and then having to drive all the way back through the field as Dom disconnects from the lobby. And there we go, Lucas opting to stop to change the tyres, repair the damage, fill the car up with fuel. He's in the pit lane now. He is going to probably be 40 seconds short on the stop, which means Neenan is probably going to come past while he's still in the pit lane. Fuel going into that car now. This is where the delicate balancing act begins. Does he take a full tank of fuel, or does he take part of a tank of fuel but come out faster from the pit lane? He opts for the full tank of fuel. That's going to bring him out P4 behind Ruben, Neenan and Gumball. This is going to hand Gumball a huge advantage at this stage. Nienen's going to need to stop at the end of this next lap. Just looking at the fuel and tyres on that car alone is starting to concern me. Ruben is also going to need to stop in the next 3 laps. Lucas is right with Ruben now. In fact, he's going to get past Ruben in very short order at this rate. Lucas is now past Ruben. They are really fighting here, coming down the back straight towards the Daytona chicane. Side by side. A blur of headlights and position markers and tail lights flying down the straight. Lucas slightly ahead going to the braking zone, and he is ahead going into the corner. Can he avoid a small moment like he had last time? Yes, he's avoided the small moment like he had a few laps ago that triggered him to go off sequence. He's now going left and right using the entire width of the back straight to try and keep Ruben behind him. Nienen almost out of fuel now. This could be incredibly close, because if Lucas realises that Nienen's almost out of fuel, not only is he going to start lifting his pace up to try and get closer, he's also going to have to stop defending from Ruben quite as much, just so that he can close up to this Porsche ahead of him. Because that Porsche now is incredibly low on fuel. Who has damage, Johto? Gumball's got engine damage. Yeah, he lost the car at karting from what I can see on the replay. No, he managed to get going without being in anybody else's way. He was that far clear. We'll keep going. Lots of cars doing pit stops now. Chaos Phil also has damage. There's no indication of what caused it, other than that it's both ends of the car. Now we're getting to a point where there is starting to be ever so faint traces of sunlight in the back of shots, just as the sun starts creeping up again in the distance. The sky, ever so slight shade of orange just as the sun starts coming back. Most of the circuit's still shrouded by darkness. Jan's now coming into the pit lane. He needs tyres and fuel at this point. This is going to be interesting because there is going to be rain in the area now. We're starting to get to that phase of the race where in the forecast for today there was rain in the final third of this race. In fact, I'm sure if we start looking at some of these cars, we will start seeing rain lights come on. Ruben just coming out of the Mulsanne corner on his way up to Indianapolis now. He does have a car in front of him. That will be... who would that be in for Ruben? Is Nina in front of Ruben, going through the Porsche curves now. Sonic in the pit lane again, in need of some fuel and some tyres again. With an hour and 8 minutes left here, so we're about 2/3 of the way through this race. And it has been an absolute all-out strategy battle from the beginning. We've only had one safety car. It happened extremely early on in this race. And that has played into a lot of the strategic decision making we've seen so far today. A lot of these drivers opting to run very different strategies in terms of tyre usage, stint lengths, everything being a variable at the moment, especially with the way that this grid is split on pace. They're all fairly close together, but on strategy that's really what's been making the difference so far. Johto, how did you get damage? Huh? Oh, did you clip a wall? Oh, okay. Yes, as far as I remember.
If he completes the lap, then yes, it does count. So, in theory, yeah, it should.
Right now, to answer a question posted in chat, the best lap, as far as I'm aware, is Semin Lamborghini. He did a 3:58 earlier. The other car that would be close to that is the other Lamborghini of Yalk. I believe he was doing 3:59s and high 3:58s as well earlier in the race. Have you got the damage again? What? How? That's unfortunate, Johto. Now, Jens is having to start to think about what car's ahead of him, what car's behind him, because he's got Sonic behind him by 2.9 seconds. And Ruben ahead of him by 9.5 seconds. The question for Jens now is, does he balance pushing versus saving tyres to try and leapfrog Ruben at the next pit stop? Or does he have to go flat out in order to stay ahead of Sonic? It's a really critical balancing act to play at the moment, especially considering the fact as well that one mistake, such as a little run into the gravel, you know, a snap of oversteer, that could be the difference between Sonic staying in 6th and being 5th. Sem is still leading the LMGT class. However, he might not be leading for much longer. As you can see, the brake discs glowing red hot there as he goes through the Mulsanne corner. The reason being, he's running low on fuel, although he's not running low on tyres. He's on the medium tyre at the moment. He's been running them for several laps now, and he is just getting to the point in the next couple of laps where he's going to start needing fuel again. Now, those tyres currently are in a state where he could keep them on the car for another tyre stint, another full length tyre stint, perhaps 10 laps. However, he has to weigh that with, would it be faster to put a set of softs on the car and absolutely trash them for 10 laps to get to the 30, maybe 20 minute remaining mark and do another pit stop then, and then go to the end on that? Sem dives to the pit lane. He is going to choose to take the pit stop now, get it out of the way early, perhaps fill the car up a little less, and try and maintain some level of track position, as he's going to have both Husky, Zephonius and Craigo bearing down on him at this stop. key thing as well here for Sam is, he's just done a stop. He's taken soft tyres. He does have a 3-second pit lane cutting penalty. He's 1.5 seconds behind Chaos Phil. About to be a lot closer since Chaos Phil just went off the circuit. The gap's going to go back out by about 7 seconds when he serves the penalty, because of how long it takes to serve these penalties at Le Mans. From there, the big question is, what does he do strategically from here? If I was in Sam's position, I'd probably be considering, well, 56 minutes to the end, I need 2 tyre stints and a lap of fuel. So, okay, when do I need to stop? Well, a tyre stint's about 40 minutes. So, I'd be thinking, okay, I'm going to stop about lap... Probably about lap 39, if there's no safety cars until the end now. Stop around lap 39, get myself back in order again, and then from there, put softs on, fill the car up about 60% of the way, so not even all the way, and just absolutely go hell for leather to the end of this race. The problem is he's got multiple cars ahead of him that are in similar positions, if not the same position, towards the end of this race. Now, the big question as well for Sem, because he's served that penalty, he's dropped down behind about 4 seconds to Chaos Phil now. He's about to be lapped by Neenan. The question is, what can he do from here? Because Chaos Phil is going to have to stop again before the end of this race. He's going to have to stop. Chaos Phil's going to have to stop in about the next 25 minutes. As the sun starts coming back up. Craigo opting to pit now. He is almost out of fuel. Zophonius opting to continue. He's got about 3 laps of fuel left in that McLaren. This is going to allow Sem to gain at least 1 place back and start working on closing that gap down to Chaos Phil ahead of him as well. What happened?
Yeah, Gumball, he's just crashed at the second chicane, engine damage.
Right, yeah, we'll go safety car then. Did he hit you as well, Joto? Yeah, but we've got 2 cars on the track with damage, so we may as well just go to safety car and sort ourselves out. Yeah. That's one for Husky, not for me.
I don't think it does, no. I think I put that in the rule that safety car laps do not count as medium or as race laps. Joe, could you double check real quick?
Yeah.
It's within the tire rules area.
Yeah, it's specified to be 5 green flag laps.
Porsche curves, I think?
Yeah. Lucas is coming out of karting now. Could you please inform P3, the Team Don driver in the 455, that he's been noted by the stewards for following too close and driving aggressively? I'm just checking through lap numbers now to make sure we're all on the same lap. 30, 30. Right, everyone's on the same lap, so we don't need to unlap or anything. We just need to do the shuffle, and then but we'll do the shuffle after we've got the pits open and everybody's stopped, because there's no point of shuffling twice. Could you tell Gumball that he can go faster to catch Lucas if he wants to?
He has engine damage, remember?
Yeah, but it shouldn't be stopping him from going a little bit quicker. Oh, I see. It's the car. Oh, right. Okay, no, I get it. He's got the flavour of engine damage that makes the car go into limp mode.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. No, I get now why he wasn't going faster. I caught that, Johto. There's a corner there. I know it's not helpful, but there is a corner there. can be different sets of mediums. As long as you use it for a combined total of 5 laps, I don't see why that would be outside of the rules.
I've actually never even had that come up, so I mean, I would assume your judgment is like 100% correct, because that's what I would agree with as well.
The wording of it is 5 laps. It doesn't specify it's got to be the
doesn't
same
say
set of mediums.
Yeah, it doesn't say consecutive 5 laps, yeah.
And it doesn't say consecutive laps either, so if you want to take like 2 and 3, for example, you can.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, okay, I think that'll be fine.
Right, we have a safety car train. Please can you get Lucas to speed up to 150 k's?
Can Gumball keep up with that is the question. That's the thing.
He should be able to, because he maxed out at 110 miles an hour, so 150 k's is only 90. And the pit lane is open, by the way. There's definitely what? Sorry, Johto? Yeah, no, I've been making notes of it. It's why I've not been talking that much, is because I've been typing and making notes of who is following too close. I did say 3 car lengths, but like, some of these guys are sat well within that. I feel like the pit lane is about to get extremely busy, because we're well within the window now for LMP1 where they can make the end of the race on the tank, on whatever fuel they're going to put in, and a set of tyres. Yeah, the pit has just got the pit lane has just filled up completely with cars. Everybody is in the pit lane. Can you ask Scott if he took tyres or not, Johto?
We're not going to be able to hear him. His PlayStation mic doesn't work.
Oh. Can he hear you?
Yes, he should be able to.
Tell him to flash his headlights if he took tyres.
Scott was at like 90 or 80% fuel. He had a lot of fuel compared to all the other LMP ones, so that might be why. It might have been good to take tires and still.
No, he didn't take any. On my end, he didn't take any.
Oh, interesting.
It's why I'm asking, did something happen? I'm trying to figure out if something happened there. Because he didn't take tyres. Right. Between the next chicane and the final chicane, GT's to the left, LMP's to the right.
You said in between
And
the first and second
LMP's are going
chicane?
to go through, yeah. Between the two chicanes on the straight now.
LMP's which way, right or left? I didn't
Right.
hear. Alright.
Just tell them literally take the right-hand lane of the road, and then LMP's stay in the left lane, and LMGT stay left, and LMP's come past. Jens needs to go past, he's not overtaking. Alright, now we're all back in the right order again. Race is going to go again at the end of this lap. Can you compliment Ruben on his best impression of Kimi Räikkönen, by the way? Everyone else around him is weaving to keep heating the tyres, and he's just straight lining. All of the other LMPs are weaving, and he's just staying in a straight line. You'll see it on the stream when it gets uploaded, but he is literally just... Every other LMP is just weaving back and forth on the straights, and Ruben is literally just driving. It's amazing. Right, please can you tell the following car numbers that they have been noted for following too close?
Good, I got it.
Right.
What are the numbers? Question?
455, 2, 58, and 51 have all been noted for following too closely. Yeah, you can bunch up now, you're past the bunching up point. and the LMP1 field are back underway. Sonic leading us down the hill towards Tetra Rouge now. Leading from Gumball, from Neenan, from Lucas and Ruben. Neenan having a slight off into the grass there. A lot of cars. Very, very wide coming off Tetra Rouge. The drivers are going to love me for this one. Could you now also please tell the numbers 71 and 91 that they've both just been noted for running four wheels off the circuit at Tetra Rouge? Does anybody... Yeah? Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah, we're going to throw a safety car for that. It's literally going to be, if we can get the GTs to catch up before the end of the Porsche curves, it will literally just be a quickie yellow where we get everybody back lined up. Ah, yeah, no, right, pit lane's going to be open because we're in the right order where the pits can be open now.
Yeah, you can overtake because he went off. You should be good to open.
That was one of those moments of we're now going to probably have nothing but non-stop safety cars to the end now with how that restart went. Just as a heads up. Yeah. What were people asking? Are there people under investigation? Yes. Yeah, I have a list. It's the same as I did. It's the same as I did the other week. It's all in the stewarding channel. Right. When Scott gets to the back of the LMGT grid, which is basically immediately can you tell him that after they turn down onto the back straight for Tetra Rouge, he can start overtaking people? Tetra Rouge is the hard right that's before the first long bit of straight. So, literally, the corner that the leader has just gone through. Get the GTs to stay left. Right, whoever's telling the drivers that they're under investigation, another two, the 47 and the 58 again, following too close. Now might be a good time to explain to the viewers who are watching why following too close is an issue.
Can Lucas speed up to 200?
Yeah, if he wants to speed up, he can speed up, yeah. We're at a point where if he wants to go 200 k's, he can go 200 k's safely. Yeah. So, yes, to explain to everyone who's watching why we're constantly saying under safety car following too close. We've had too many incidents in the past season or so where we've had safety cars come out and people have crashed into each other by following too close. Every single time somebody's noted following too close, if they're seen as following too close on the replay when the stewards review it, each instance is a 5-second penalty. So for some of these drivers, they have been warned, some of them 5 times so far in this race, that they're following too close under safety car. So potentially 25 seconds worth of penalties there. LMPs are starting to stack up in the Porsche curves, so we'll be getting ready to go shortly. Which what, sorry? Yeah. Lucas still leading us here in the final stages. 25 minutes left here at Le Mans. And we are back underway after our third safety car of the evening, as we see somebody went off in a really big way there. That was Jens going off in the back of shot in a really big way on his way towards Tetra Rouge. Lucas having to defend for his life from Gumball now down the back straight towards the Daytona chicane. Ruben now on the attack as well, Neenan on the attack too. Sonic following them, Jens slightly further back as a result of that off. In LMGT there is a really big fight for the lead going on. Johto leading by half a second from Sen, who is leading by 0.2 of a second from Yao and Husky, who are only 1/10 of a second ahead of Zephonius, who are only a few tenths ahead of Prego as well. As Zephonius goes deep into the corner and drops to the tail end of this pack. These cars running side by side, nose to tail at 170 miles an hour, coming down to the Mulsanne corner. There's a little bit of contact there between some of the cars. No damage yet though. Yao goes off at Indianapolis. He drops now down to the back of this field, or of this pack, sorry. Craigo forcing the issue with Zephonius, going through Arnage. Sem following Phil now. Husky and Johto leading a 1-2 for Nexus Porsche. Meanwhile in LMP1 the battle is all about Lucas and Gumball. They are separated by a second, so Gumball is comfortably within Lucas's slipstream range. It is just a question of timing the move to perfection between these two drivers. Meanwhile, further back in the LMP1 field, Neenan and Sonic are fighting nose to tail through Tetra Rouge. Going back to the LMGT fight, Johto's still leading from Husky in LMGT. Chaos Phil running third, Sem running fourth, Craigo fifth, Zephonius sixth, Yalk seventh. Isaac closing up to the back of this in 8th in LMGT, or sorry, 7th in LMGT. No, 8th in LMGT. Zephonius defending from Yalk. Yalk having a significantly faster car at the moment than Zephonius. Husky now side by side with Chaos Phil going into the first chicane. A little bit of door banging through the chicane. Chaos Phil stays ahead, leaving it. Sem now on the tail of Husky, pulling out of the slipstream, pulling alongside Husky now. Can he get all the way round? He does get all the way round. Can he now start slipstreaming Phil as well down to the next chicane and start closing that gap up? More door banging between Husky and Sem. Husky now falling back into the reaches of Craigo and Zophonius and Yalk behind him. Chaos Phil still second, third place Sem. Sem closing up 7/10 in the last straight alone to Chaos Phil. It just goes to show just how fast these Lamborghinis are at the moment. Johto now under pressure from Sem. Sem getting round Chaos Phil. Can Sem get all the way back to the lead? Johto now second in LMGT. Sem has reclaimed the lead of the class. Yalk still trying to get his way through the field. He does have the speed in his car to do it. Closing up on Craigo now. Can he make the move down this next bit of straight towards the first chicane? Yalk pulls out from the BMW slipstream, gets fully alongside Craigo and ahead, going into the braking zone of the chicane. And now we are fighting 3 wide for the lead going into the second chicane. And Sem goes round. He manages to get it gathered up before anybody clips him though. Yeah. No, he looked like a solid object to me. I was kind of like, you know, waiting for there to be an almighty thud. Yeah. Yeah, bump drafting's a big no-no. Neenan is in the pit lane and not doing anything. Never mind, he's going again. He just pulled into the pit lane, stopped, and then is now going again. That's odd.
I think he had damage, so that might have been what it was.
Yeah.
Apparently 2 cars spun in the chicane. I don't know if that's going to be anything.
I'm looking. I don't see anybody with damage, so we'll keep going.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't hit each other. It was just a double spin.
Yeah. The GT fight is so enthralling, it's difficult to commentate. Like, there is nothing I can say at this point that would do this battle justice with how many different moves are being made and how close these cars are running. Like, it's ridiculous. I'm just speechless. Like, there's genuinely, I cannot do it justice how close this racing is. Zephonius is off in the gravel. He's back on again and going. No damage, but he did lose a couple of places. What on earth happened there? Yeah, Husky's got damage as well now. That's nuts.
Someone pushed both me and Jotto off.
It might have been Sem or Yalk, because they were the only two behind you guys. That might have been the thing that hands Chaos Phil the win in LMGT, because unless Sem or Yalk can do something in 3 laps, or 2 laps even, about the fact that Chaos Phil's leading, then they're not going to get past him, I don't think. Phil's noted for following too close, yeah, but it doesn't mean that he's going to get a 5-second penalty. Did you just get hit again, Husky?
No, I just outbraked myself and didn't want to hit Yalk, so I went a little bit deep. And this rear damage is not helping.
Yeah, I can see that. Please can one of you guys communicate to the 300 and the 91 that between them they've just racked up 3 track limit strikes in the last 2 sectors.
Where were they invalidating?
Chicane 1, both of them. Chicane 2, gumball only. They went 4 wheels outside the white line on both of them. And it's not like it's a bit where they can say, oh, I didn't see the white line. You can see the white line in the cars they've got where they went off. I don't know what happened there, but Sem sounded like he had no upshift on his Lamborghini out of the final chicane. He grabbed 4th, then grabbed 3rd, revved the shit out of it, and then grabbed 4th again. Sorry, I shouldn't have probably said that, but yeah, no, he revved the living daylights out of it like he caught the wrong gear, but not in the right direction either. It sounded like he upshifted instead of down. Or no, downshifted instead of up, sorry. Gumball has got a 3-second penalty, and I do not know where from.
Overtaking under yellows because he was overlapping traffic. And I spun in the final chicane.
For the chicanes, the limit is the white line. Yeah, no, because the white line on those chicanes is far enough out. You should be able to use the circuit without going over the white line, in theory. Like they were going like 4 wheels really deep over the white line as well, which is why I caught it. Yeah, no, but I'm saying, like, they were, like, really far over. Like, they were a car and a bit width beyond the white line. The GTs I'm less concerned about, because they have the ability, they don't have the ability to kind of not do that if they take the line wrong. The LMPs are that easy to steer that, you know, they shouldn't really be running that deep and that far out of the circuit's limits. I figured out why Sam sounded like he downshifted when he was upshifting. He's lagging pretty badly.
There's been a few incidents with his lag.
Yeah. Yalk has a lot of rear damage all of a sudden. Oh, that explains it. Neenan hit Yalk. He's got nose damage. And we're on to the final lap now. Lucas still leading. Gumball P2, although he might run out of fuel. Sonic P3, Ruben P4, Jens P5, Neenan P6. Neenan's going to hit the line first. Gumball looks to be out of fuel. Sonic is 2.5 seconds back, and Gumball is... he's just closing. It's like Gumball's driving with 1% fuel. Sonic's got loads of fuel left. Well no, Sonic's got barely any fuel as well now. Lucas wins Le Mans. Gumball finishes P2. Sonic P3. Ruben P4. Chaos Phil will be the first LMGT to see the line. WSR win both classes at Le Mans in DRA. What a headline. Lucas winning in LMP1 for WSR Audi, Chaos Phil winning in LMGT for WSR Lexus. What a fantastic race. As we look towards the rear of the field, Craigo leading Husky back to the line. Isaac will be the last car left going on circuit. Right, I'm going to cut the stream off there. That was a rather chaotic and long race. Thank you very much for everyone who watched at home. I've been your host, Joe90. I'll be back in a week or two's time for the next race.